Okay, we're back with more Factorio after an extremely productive off-stream session series of sessions over the past week. If you haven't seen that video, it's on YouTube. Episode 9, it's about 24 hours of gameplay that has been condensed down to like 2.5 hours with fast forwarding. Kind of goes into all the stuff that I did. I'm almost certainly going to continue to do off-stream playthroughs. At this point, I wish I had done some off-stream time before. Didn't just start doing this with this past episode because it's a lot more chill for me to do optimization type tasks when I'm not live on stream. That's basically what I do with Factorio or with Terraria. Every other episode of Terraria, I do some off-stream tunnel digging and other boring rote things. So my goal with live streams right now is to unlock as much new content as possible for me to play around with in my off-stream time. So I really want to do purple science and yellow science today, if possible, in my off-site base. So I'm going to get working on that. I did some calculations off-stream to figure out what all I need. This is what was previously the old terrible garbage base. If you haven't seen the video, it's better now. It's still spaghetti, but it's more manageable spaghetti. I do have a shitload of solar panels and accumulators over here, and they look terrible. That's something I want to clean up some other time, come up with like a tileable way to do it. And I've got some other general cleanup, like replacing all the big power poles in this base with substations. But it's working for now, so I'm fine with it. I'm going to go ahead and head to my southern base and try to get started on making a purple science factory. Oh no! Dry roast. Sorry to hear that, Yaha. Oh, right. Oops. I really should clean this whole thing up. I didn't get around to messing with anything outside of my main base, so these loops are still kind of terrible. I kind of see why this rail intersection is much easier to work with if you're just always working at right angles and never running at curves. I got that a little bit better around my core base. Oh. Well, it looks like I confused myself, but that's okay because I think I need to run pipes from this oil field up to that new base anyway for purple science because I need plastic bars. So I'll try to pipe jack it up down here. Figured I can handcraft these still. I've learned everything should be automated, but I guess pipe jacks I'm not as worried about because there's so few nodes to place them on in comparison to everything else. Wait for my pipes to come back in. I probably don't need to make all these. Howdy, sir. How you doing? I will need to go get it resupplied on pipes regardless, so I guess I'll head up here. I haven't spent any time here during my off-stream recording, so I don't know how big of a shit show it is to have robots traveling all the way from the other base to get here. There are roboports all along the way, but I'm hoping that it'll be enough that for the most of the things I'm building, it's not going to be a big deal. I am going to go ahead and extend this guy out in order to make steel. Because it doesn't really matter which one I do first. Equipment also doesn't need to be automated. So I actually have a setup up top that lets me, let me see if I can, I don't have a radar there anymore. Yeah, specifically for making steel. I think I do a thing where I like loop the steel back around or reverse the placement of some of these things. Let me just make a blueprint out of that because it's a separate setup than what I have for every other furnace line. Second. So I don't have any construction bots down here. Maybe they'll move down after I have some fly down to resupply me here. I just pick some up from my base to the north. Is placing locomotives like this and fueling them kind of the way to go, or do people tend to make like stations that are specifically for passengers? Yeah, the roboports aren't within range. It's fine. Just don't know how long they have to actually travel. Grab pipes back over here. Thank you, robots. It's coming up here to make a blueprint out of the steel setup here. Okay, it's actually not that complicated. This belt just goes up and around and then comes down in the center, pointing towards the middle. I should be able to set that up. The ratio for steel is just 1-to-1, is that correct? I think that's what we want. Don't need this. You want one steel making furnace for every iron plate making furnace? Pipes back. At some point I'm going to want some help with wiring things up so that the boilers shut off if there's charge in the accumulators, because I've got plenty of accumulator charge that's currently just not getting used at night. I kind of wish that was just a global setting where you could tell the game if I have stuff in the accumulator. Although I guess that wouldn't work because it's supposed to only start to burn when you don't have other sources of power. Maybe that's what wiring it manually does. It says turn off this specific offshore pump or this specific boiler. Wait, what happened to the smelter line? I thought it would have at least gone in my inventory. Huh. Well, I thought I made a blueprint, but I must have dismissed it instead of saving it by accident. That's okay. I think I can still do this. Let's do smelter line, and then I'll just adjust everything else manually. Substation out of the way. We're gonna have a bed. I guess it actually doesn't matter because it's gonna come back around into the center here. That should work. Coal's gonna come all the way around. These bots are certainly trying, tell you what. I can make the steel come out the side here. I don't want that to continue all the way over, so that's better. Do have full coverage here, right? I assume my bots, oh yeah. So maybe this isn't ideal. Maybe I need to set up. Are there logistics chests at some point that are specifically set up to like ferry objects between other chests that are in your network? Because they're having a really long way to fly here, and it's not going to be great unless if I'm building multiple things at once. That's what I would prefer to set up if possible. Why did I do these steel chests? I'm a monster. Let me just set up some logistics chests over here. Use that for paving later. Yeah, kind of want to have a thing where if like items go into a chest, that robots will automatically, when they're idle, try to take them from that chest to other chests. I'm also not super clear on why you would ever use a red chest over a yellow chest. Like, yellow chests seem like they're just better. Is yellow like in, out, and red is only out or something? So reds are supposed to go at the end of factories. Advanced Logistics Network. Do you know what science that is from, Advanced Logistics? Okay. So you would, I guess you would use red chests at the end of like a factory line that's producing things that you want to resupply you. But I also am not clear on why you wouldn't just want that to be a yellow chest anyway, so that random robots are at least attempting to stock it here and there. They're trying. Look at them fly. So I know the robots, as they're traveling, will occasionally try to go to a roboport to recharge. If I do have a really unnecessarily huge roboport network like this, can I help their charging problem by placing more roboports along this path so that they're not having to share the same ones to recharge? Or is that folly? I don't know if that's worth doing at all. At least I'll be able to pave down here easily. Got some bots that are coming down here, so that's nice. Oh, they're trying to restock me. Let me turn off this for a second. Random robots will fill up yellow chests, so at the end of the production line, the yellow chest might get filled with random crap. Well, it shouldn't get filled with random crap, right? Because yellow chests, they'll only fill it with stuff that's already in it, right? They won't just, like... If you have a chest that has stone in it, for example, they won't throw random garbage into it. At least that's not been my experience. Maybe that's something they patched at some point. Logistics system requires yellow science. Okay, thanks. Hey, they made it down here. Good job, team. To do that, which would be tricky, but I guess I could do it. It's gonna be ugly, but... So the goal is to reroute... Oh, I gotta fix that. You go up so you're not in the way. Let's get rid of all this excess coal. That's what we want to have happen. I think this whole line has to basically go up there, right? So I guess I still want to make room for steel plates, so let me think about this. That's what we actually want. Too bad I screwed up copying the blueprint. That would have been a lot easier. Okay. That's more like it. Now the issue is I actually technically need to double this line, don't I? So we need to go further down. There we go. That's more like it. You can filter items to the yellow chest to make them function in the way you want. Okay. Should be fine. Okay, so it's fine for coal to just go all the way down, but we have to curve it up at the very end. It needs to curve up one more forward. Yeah, I think I missed some inserters at the end of my copy paste there. Oops. That's okay. That means that I think we're still okay over here because that ore is pointing up. Yeah. Clean this up a bit. Yellow chest filters only work moving forward, though. Bots assume any item already in a yellow chest belongs there, and will continue to add more of that thing if they need a place to put it. They won't add extra garbage to yellow chests, though, right? That was my understanding. It's kind of why I'm a little confused here. Maybe that understanding is wrong. Is this now outside of my robo network? No, it's just barely in there. Okay. Oh wow, I would expect passive provider to be first. Interesting. It seems worse to me. Well, I mean, if you have any yellow chests at all, and yellow chests take precedence over red chests, right? And if you have any items in the red chests that you want that are also in yellow chests, do they favor yellow chests no matter what? So unfortunately, the math I did for purple science, I know that I need, the ratio is I need 7 purple science factories. I think that means I need 63 iron plate furnaces and 50 steel furnaces, and I only have 48 right now. So I don't know if that means that the best thing for me to do here is to build another train station and another parking spot and just have them cart in more iron and just... Because I can't extend this line without more iron coming in, right? That's part of the issue. Yeah, well, it made sense to me when we were talking earlier that a red chest should be the thing at the end of your assembler, so that bots aren't filling it from other sources. Because it's meant to only supply out and not be loaded up, right? So it would make sense that those chests get loaded by an assembler or something different. Make a longer train, unload my current train faster. Keep storage chests cleaner. Okay. If I get stack inserters, I could get a second red belt out of each train stop. Okay, I haven't seen or touched those yet, so that's these green ones. I guess I can go try to make a factory for it really quick. Which inserters would I replace? All of them? Okay, thank you, Scarf. That helps me to understand a little bit better. Because if it were to take from the red chest first, then it would force your factory to produce more of that item, which would use up more of your raw materials. So then it only goes to the red chest if you're absolutely out from other sources. If I'm following you, right? All right, well, I can do that as an off-stream cleanup thing. That's not a big deal. Okay, so I need fast inserters, which I don't think I have automated. I have a bajillion of them from I made an interstitial factory just to give me stuff that I needed. I guess I could just make a janky one-time factory. Should be able to do that. That won't be that big of a deal. I've got going on over here for efficiency modules. All right, so it's green circuit, red circuit, gear wheel. Although I don't think I've got extra gear wheels, so let me get to the end of a line that has some spare ones. And I'll just tear this down later. I'll probably make a permanent setup for it some other time, but this should be fine for now. Green. It needs red circuits. I need to craft that. That's fine. Need some of those. Okay, destroy that later. Stack inserters are nice. Replace all inserters with green or white. White or filter stack. So this gets to keep going. I still have some red over here. Well, I can't replace the red ones anyway, right? I need red ones because they extend further. Stack inserters are the same range as fast inserters, I take it? Oh, at the train stations. Okay. Well, that seems good. That simplifies what I gotta do here. I would rather do that. So you can never get a long-range stack inserter. So, okay, let me see if I understand. If I replace the blue inserters that I have at the train station for both iron and steel, if I replace all of those blue inserters with stack inserters, then I can support an entire additional line of 48 furnaces for that train stop. Except, if I understand things correctly, it would have to be a completely separate line from the ones I built right now, right? Because there's a belt throughput issue that a red belt can only support 48 items, so I'd have to make a branch off to make these. Okay, I think I get it. Thank you. This probably will cover me. It's like 50. So if I went to my existing mines and had them loading in a second belt, would that help the problem? And these stack inserters are at the... Is it both the destination and the mines for stack inserters, or just the destination for fast unloading? I should be able to support that. Trying to get hit by a train here. So if I were able to have a boatload of stack inserters, are they just strictly better than blue inserters, fast ones, even if you don't strictly need them? You know, I got to the point that I had so many of them that it was trivial. Or they're more power hungry. Interesting. I'll load another red belt from the top. Yeah, I guess it's low compared to the RoboPorts. But it's my next highest thing after them. Too bad you can't put efficiency modules in RoboPorts. Yeah. So we're thinking go back to my iron mine and just set up a second red belt. Do those load into the same chests, or do I have to have a separate, like, loading section? Do I like have to like run it so that it goes over the train track and then mirror this on the opposite side so that it's loading from the other side? Like that, basically. Oh, second belt into the main splitter will be fine? Okay. Oh, wow, I have problems down here. Okay. I guess I should probably go ahead and try to saturate this anyway. Does my RoboPort network extend here? Sort of. Is that right? Yeah, I guess so. Probably need to start doing new iron mines soon then. So I'll need stack inserters here as well. Okay, screwed up the placement on these. Hold on. You should be down one. Sorry. So, like, if you already have construction bots that have committed to construction bots from very far away that have committed to doing a task, does it block your personal RoboPort bots from doing that same task? Let's go the other way. I have more room to work here. Why would it do that? That's funny. Might have had a room to fit it through over there. Just wasting red belts, who cares? So like if I merge here, that's probably fine. I guess it doesn't have to merge like that, it could just... do that, right? Oh no, because it needs to be a separate belt coming in on this splitter? Is that right? Merge as late as possible. Okay. So like there. Oops. And then these all need to be stack inserters, right? Belt's facing the wrong way in the middle row. Oh, belts, thanks. That's when I was trying to do it with ghosts, I guess. Thanks. So the fact that it's not saturated tells me that that's an issue. Maybe it would have been saturated earlier on, but after I tapped out all the ore down there, it's causing my issue. .5 iron per second. This covers everything, right? You need 60 to saturate a red belt. Interesting. Which I don't have here, right? I can see there's 39. So there's just not enough space at this particular iron mine, right? There might be at my other one, which maybe I could repurpose for this. It has 3.9 million. This one only has 1 million left. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay. That's 2 million. We're going to need to go out and find a new iron mine for this. 12 million. Gets me in range of some pollution issues, though. Got some things to pick up back at the base. Go do that real quick. Hello, robots. Got a couple more miners that I got to set back up with efficiency modules. I could probably go back to just using 2 per miner, but I had such a glut of them before that it was easy to do 3. Okay, so I came up here for that. I also came up here to review this iron mine. Try not to look at the solar panels because it's a nightmare. All right, so here I have 87 miners. So I might already have an issue here where I'm oversaturating the belts here and could like split off some of these, like 27 of them. Oh, we've got some dead ones though. So if I count, it's almost 60 on that line. Oops, I did that wrong. I guess blue belts will make all of this easier too, at some point, right? Oh, just split it in half. I guess if I get too precise, then that creates an issue later when some of them start depowering, right? Okay, I see what you're saying. So like this top half can probably have their own section. So basically I remove this splitter. And then we want to split the second one over at the bottom here, right? Mm-hmm. This is going to be really ugly, but I just want to get the job done here. Like that, basically. Loading my output by a T-merge. So where is, trying to see where I have a T-merge. This one down here. Okay, thanks. It's gonna be ugly. I can deal with it though. Okay, and these all need to be stack inserters then. On both sides of the bell, right? Now this guy's currently East Iron Mine, East Iron Unload. Trains with this stop. Problem is I only have one train here because this is not connected to the rest of my rail network. But I could maybe connect it to the rest of my rail network. This is just fixing my iron supply problem. There's an underground belt that doesn't belong here. This one. Yeah, oops. Right, that was from trying to auto path it earlier. Thanks. Okay. So this should keep my main factory more or less supplied with iron, but I probably want to find a similar iron mine that's near my rail line that's not somewhere where it's going to pull in a bunch of new biters. 6.9 million, that sounds pretty good. I'm going to go do that one. So at the end of the day, is a pro player going to just want to tap out every possible field of every possible resource immediately once they get to the point where they can restock on all the stuff they need? Because the issue with heading down here is it's going to be way outside of my robot network, but hopefully I have enough stuff on me to just build it. $6.9 million. In terms of specific color belts, sure. Oh, there's spiders up here. Totally missed them. I lost 2 turrets there. See, that evolution score seems very alarming to me. Is that something I should be super worried about, or is that manageable? For this stage in the game? Automate rockets before it hits 90%. And you said 60 miners equals 1 fully saturated red belt, is that right? So maybe like 75. So I gotta go pick up some more since I'm outside of my robot range. Increase my stack allowance here to 100. I guess there's copper right there too, but I don't think it's that big of a field. It takes as much evolution credit to go from 80 to 90 as it did to go from 60 to 80. Okay. At what tier do I have to start worrying about, like, the nastiest spiders? Is that at 90? Jesus, let's not do it that way. Parrot faster. They're trying. My poor personal robots. Start appearing at 90%. Lost one turret. That's fine. Went better. Oh. Yeah, I saw my health tank in there. Do that without any turret lost? Yeah, look at that, much better. I gotta practice leapfrogging a little bit better. Okay. Pollution's almost certainly going to be a problem up here that I'm going to want to deal with. Probably going to need to move some substations in here to fit these all in. Okay. Let's try to get these on the edges as much as possible. The inside coverage isn't great. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll try to do rockets this episode too. We're going to focus on purple science first, though. That was the wrong way. That's okay. I got to clean up this external rail line a bunch. Medium poles instead of substations. Makes sense. How does landfill work when you've already placed offshore pumps? You got a lot of water there that's kind of being wasted, and it seems like it only needs one tile of water to work. Is that true? Actually, let's deactivate auto trash here temporarily. To remove them or a biter breaks and they can't be replaced. So I was wondering if I could just place a bunch of pumps around that water and then just landfill over the rest of it. And just not have to think about it for a while. See about extending my robot network down there. It seems like that would be a gigantic pain in the ass. Maybe one that's not worth it. You could extend the green area, but it needs to be in the orange area in order to be able to access chests, right? Once you have a shore, they can be placed every other tile. Okay. How big is this one? Oh, did I go to the wrong... Oops. Well, I guess I could always do two. This one's closer, which is probably better, and it has more ore in it. Oh, really? None of the mines will run out before I finish the game? Okay, then I'll just do the one I already set up then. I thought it was likely that I would run out because I'm seeing my other mines tap out. Is it just because like the amount per tile goes up significantly? It's not so much about the size of the mine. Physical size and tiles of the patch. Okay. Which I think the other one might be... It's at least comparable. Thank you. I guess I have no intuition for how much ore is used. Like, can you estimate about how much iron I'm burning through in my existing factory up here? Like, order of magnitude. I know you'd have to look at the specifics, but... Is it the 1.1k per minute that I'm currently burning through? So like 100k per hour? Okay. So this would get me, without adding any further uses of iron, would get me like 70 hours. Gives me a rough idea, thank you. Oh. Does that fit from here? How many is this right now? 104. Okay, I was gonna try to do 75 per belt. Is this the best way to quickly count like this? With just using copy? 33. I guess it'll be the whole field then. All right. Close to it anyway. See what you're saying about just having medium pulls where you can blueprint this instead of doing it manually every time. $143. I guess I'll just finish it off. I'm gonna definitely run out of efficiency modules, but we'll see how many I can place here. It's had a huge effect on pollution after I did that off stream. Went through and placed them on everything. Like, can I see pollution here? Yeah, I think this is around the time. Getting all the solar panels helped a lot too, obviously, but that was a big one. At some point I'll probably just go through off stream and reduce these to have 2 on each miner. Let's do that manually for now. There's no quick way for me to pull modules off of individual machines, right? Now I can press Z to place one at a time, but yeah, man, I've got so many extra efficiency modules, I can just load 3 on everything. I'll even load some on my assemblers. Now that I'm going harder on miners, I think I'm going to have to go back and recover some of these. So I'll do that off stream. Oh, you can blueprint machines with the modules already in place. So I could make like a line that all have 2 and then break down all the ones that currently have 3, basically. Okay. Do that for next time. Almost done. Sorry. Especially since this is on the edge of my network, I'm worried about this inviting a whole bunch of extra biters that are currently super duper far from my current pollution cloud. Okay. Yeah, but you get diminishing returns at the 3rd module, right? Probably gonna have to bring some more belts down here since I'm so far from my network. How many is just this section? The next row would get me up to 75. Oh, no, actually, this is perfect. Okay, cool. Okay, I'll come back with some more belt, and I think I can just build them and go ahead and blueprint this so I can see if there's any materials that I don't currently have. So this is offload train, but we want load train. Oh, did I screw that? No, load cargo, here we go. So this doesn't need that little bit of curve at the end, right? I can get rid of that. Okay. And it's showing train moving to the right, which I don't think I want it to be going because it has to go a really long way. But I guess this also has to be off of a loop, so I got to build that first. And so I made a little teardrop loop setup here. I have a question about it. Let me see if I can phrase it not stupidly. This is fine with no signals, provided that I only ever need one train loading or unloading it at a time. Do I need to make a more complicated loop with signals if I want to have more trains coming to the station? Possibly use a longer loop or put the station on the other side, so there's space for a train to wait in the loop before reaching the station. So I was going to put it on this side. Like, does this more or less work as is? No. Oh, don't embed it into your main line. So we want to at least start by having an intersection to get to it. I can just run the belt really far. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, and I don't have to make any other modifications in order for multiple trains to be able to fit in here, or do I? Signals are still something that I feel like a dummy because I don't fully grok them. Like, I just place the blueprints and hope that they work. Move the station. Close to the top on the other side. But still over here so that there's room for the trains. I guess, isn't this going to be an issue, though, in terms of placing the... or do you mean close to the top on this side of the straightaway? I thought it would still be an issue in terms of placing the inserters in the boxes in order to load it, right? Like here more. Isn't this going to be a loading problem if I put it here, though? Sorry. Because I've got cargo wagons that are at an angle. I have to go around the loop first before stopping. So if it's like here, then it has to go down and around the loop to stop there at the station. Oh, okay. Sorry. So if it's here, it has to go around, and then I need to make signals so that there's a section of the loop where another train can wait behind this one. Like... Does that accomplish it? Does that mean that... Or does it need 2 more signals? Just wondering if I actually understand signals yet. Probably not. 2 more beyond this station, maybe. The loop needs to be one way, and that uses regular rail signals? Or just only one? Okay, put this on the other side. I think that's right then, right? So now there's... This has to go one way into the loop. This comes around. I guess we don't want this one to be 2-way. You want them to be regular, not chain? Just the one at the top or one at the bottom as well? Hey, I think I get it a little bit better. Positioning is make sure it goes behind where the furthest cargo wagon could possibly be. Okay. Just the one at the top is enough. Can I see the whole track set up here? I'm trying to understand why. Why isn't the one at the bottom required? Wouldn't it, if it's not there, doesn't it consider the entire loop as one track and then a train wouldn't want to come into this pink section? This seems like you need it. The final signal before a station gets a special pass. Oh, it could be a chain signal. Okay. So I understood that there needed to be a signal there, though. I guess it doesn't matter, but... Gotcha, thank you. I gotta get coal to this. I guess I could give it coal at the station that it's headed to, so it's not a big deal. In any case, let me go get some more belts and shit. Chain signal doesn't look past the destination station. Okay. Clippy joins the battle. Oh, great. Hooray. Okay, red belts I think are being manually produced here. I'm using lots of them now, so... It's gonna burn through a lot of supplies, but that's okay. I like to just fill up the chest. I'll probably go through and replace all these yellow ones with red ones now that I understand why you would want a red chest. So, because I had a random chest over here that had red belts in it, that I just deposited randomly. What we're saying about the chest priority network is it would try to grab those random stray garbage belts from that yellow chest instead of the red chest from the assembler up here, so it wouldn't force unnecessary production if I had spare ones in some other chest elsewhere. Oh, did I not save this? Shoot. Yeah, I probably don't need this many. It's fine. Man, I've spent the last almost 24 hours of off-stream game time within range of my logistics network. I kind of hate going back to the dark times. It hurts me to go back and like get supplies like some kind of caveman. Okay. Yeah, they'll try to store it in a yellow chest, not in your production chest. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, I was just not getting like why would you even bother with red chests, especially if the order is what y'all were describing earlier, but that makes way more sense now. Thank you. Okay, so we've got one line there. Go ahead and pull it down. No, I keep joking about this. Remember when I was worried about destroying trees? Thank you. You want to have a separate second line over here. Oh, that's a problem. I wish they recharged at your personal roboport like slightly faster. Like a couple milliseconds faster would be nice. Come on, little buddies. What tier of technology is personal roboport Mark II? Is it red and yellow science? It's probably fine. Whoops. Shot one of my facilities. Stacking roboports just affects how many robots can come out of them, right? Not for stupid reasons. Hold on, I want to put these next to each other. Not the speed of them. Oh, and the number of charging slots. Okay. Yellow. Okay. I have the math up for yellow, but I'm not sure I'm ready for it. Load cargo. Gonna be a little short on belts here. Now, is it still good for these chests to be steel chests, or does it matter? Hold up. Upgrade items in the blueprint. Default upgrade. Did that just turn them into stack inserters, basically? Oh, but it upgraded everything, which isn't what I want. I guess I can undo. Oh, shit. Sorry, robots. Sorry. I think it's already too late. Oh, this just shows you what the planner is going to be. Shoot, it's weird that it's saving my changes here even though I'm not telling it to. Can I do anything to manually downgrade the belts back into red belts? Sorry. It says upgrade planner, but it could be a downgrade planner. Okay. But then I have to also fix the splitters, right? There. I think that's fixed. Oopsie doodle. All right. And then these two belts are allowed to join at this splitter, right? So sorry, I got confused there. I got distracted. My question was, are steel chests correct here? Is there any reason to use a logistics chest for loading trains instead? It feels weird because I feel like I never want to use steel chests are correct. Okay. Oh, this is painful. I gotta make belts again. Who even am I? Just barely made it. Okay, so they're gonna load this up. And the reason to use logistics chests is if bots need to interact. So now, technically I need to give this train a new parking spot and a new unloading spot back at my secondary base, right? I want everything else to keep running. So there are logistics loadouts you can swap in and out of. So I could have one specifically for setting up mines with lots of miners and belts. Yeah, I see what you mean. I definitely run into that problem a lot of the time where it's like I wish I had a second setup of these. New parking spot, yes. New unloading spot, no. Add it to the existing, okay. Oh, let me name the station. Far East Iron Mine, full cargo, new iron unload. Now I have an iron unload and an iron unload 2 down here because one of them was going to be for steel and one of them was going to be for iron plates. Why don't I need another unload spot if I did one for steel and one for iron plates earlier? Retrofit the station. Okay. So basically I could have done that last time. I could have retrofitted the station instead of making 2 unloads. I don't need more than 4 now. But I'm just asking, like, why do we do this way last time? Because we could have also had a second red output belt here. Would have been an alternate solution. Didn't have stack inserters or an easy way to automate them. Okay, thanks. But now I can expand both of these to get to 4 belts of ore via 2 on this one and 2 on this one. What are we doing on pollution over here? This cloud is my big fear because it's so close to the edge of the map. Did I ever set walls in my logistics? No, I don't think so. Just to try to delay a little bit, I guess. Yeah, I like putting the belts next to each other. I mentioned in the off-stream video that once you start trying to line things up, I think Walter said it was a bus, you kind of get an intuition for why circuits are shaped the way they are, because you're just trying to make the most out of a limited amount of space, right? It's pretty cool. Okay, so I think everything I just did without any further modification is enough to... I guess let me get back to my base so I can resupply first. It's enough to make my purple science line, because I needed a lot of iron to be able to do it, and I should have it now. Well, I got to do a little bit more adjusting at the secondary base, but other than that. So I kind of applied the bus approach, just kind of naturally thought that this would be a reasonable shape to set things up with at the beginning. I don't do it for output, so would you eventually output it this way as well? Oh no, where's all the copper ore? That's a bad sign. Okay, I gotta figure out why I'm choked on copper plates here soon. Would you also try to get all of your output, like secondary materials like coils and gears and iron sticks and stuff onto a secondary bus? Oh, I didn't even notice you deleted it. Okay. I guess part of it is you would try to merge belts whenever possible and have one item on one side and another item on the other side, instead of having belts that are full on both sides. Okay, new copper unload west. It's this train, which is this copper mine, which is nowhere near saturated with miners, which is probably my issue, so go try to place some of those now, I suppose. So you're constantly splitting things off the belt. Yeah. That's what I was planning to do originally, but then I wasn't able to visualize it very well. Basically what you're describing, you have like a really long copper bus on one edge of the base that you just constantly split off. Merge onto another lane that's still like along the edge. Yep, this appears to have been my problem. Man, some of these fields, I'm just not doing great. So this might be enough copper to last me the rest of the game if it's like 7 million, based on what you were saying earlier. Guess I won't completely saturate this field with miners. How many is this? 37. Oh, is it still not in range of those? Is that the issue? That's better. Let me try putting, hold on. I could have just done that as a line, but this is fine. How many is this now? Are we getting there yet? 66, that's probably fine. And they're all efficiency'd up-ish. That should help. Now, if I don't also have stack inserters at the destination, then this is effectively not doing anything, right? It's kind of like how if you have one yellow belt in the middle of a long red belt line, like that's going to be your bottleneck. Okay. Make sure that my copper issue is solved. I was hoping off stream to clear out all of the ore at my base, but it was just going to take too long. It seemed like it was worth it, so I bailed on it. Probably recover all of the extra efficiency modules that I placed in these things unnecessarily. I don't think there's any way for me to just pull them out by just walking past them. I'd have to just replace them all with copy-pasted assemblers. This never actually got set up to do anything. Here comes the copper. Okay. Feel better about that now. All right. Now, I guess it's technically an issue that I'm pulling. Okay, let me think about this. The math I did for 7 purple science factories requires that I have 23 copper plate furnaces. They're both pulling from the same train right now. So my main base is pulling from New Copper Mine, and my secondary base is also pulling from New Copper Mine. So does that mean that I need to find another source of copper or split it into 2 belts? Or is stack inserters going to fix that problem for me? Like stack inserters on the south base, but not on this base? Oh, is this finally almost getting done? Thank goodness. Stack inserters at the mine will do most of the work, since you need 1 red belt in each location. Trains will load faster than they can be depleted at the destination. Yeah, so I had 60 miners. I need an extra parking spot, right? X. Does this get to an issue where like a train can't fit in here anymore if you make it too far down? Should I be expanding from the top instead of below? Does that mean that this chain signal pair is going to have to go up if I expand from the top? Merged on the right with right angle curves. Oh, I thought that this was right angle. Guess not. My bad. The one I just placed. That's as far as it'll go. Third one is as far as it'll go. That one's as far as it'll go. Oh, the left side is the issue? So I could fix that, right? Because I'm not going to worry about fixing it right now, but... This has to go back a little bit, right? Yeah, I'll worry about it some other time. Extend north for further parking, right? So I'm not using that space for anything at the moment. Okay, so one of the things I want to do is I want to... Space going to be an issue. I need to double up my unloading plan, right? But I don't think I have room to just duplicate this belt. Let's see. Yeah, I might have to do some underground shenanigans and move that substation, obviously. Add a second exit out of the final splitter. Okay, hold on. Oh, are you talking out of... I don't even need to build a second thing on the upper side of it. I can just... I don't need to unload on the top at all. Okay. Like, just do that, basically, and that's fine. Okay. I guess my confusion is, why doesn't this part of the belt cause a bottleneck? I guess because this is one belt and this is a second belt. And that's why you want to try to merge as late as possible or as early as possible in the case of unloading. And then just to confirm, if I want to extend this to make more iron plates and stuff, I can't just like split it onto this belt and merge it. I have to, and I can't add more furnaces onto the end of this line. I have to make a completely new line. So basically I can duplicate this setup down here. Hold on. Oops. So basically I can just copy this whole thing. Oh, I gotta try to line it up here. So I'll just max out the distance so I can use that space for things later on. Like that should work, and then I move that second iron belt down here to feed both of these, I guess. Well, I guess I can't feed both of them. Well, it could, but it wouldn't be optimal because I need... Look at my notes. I need 63 iron plates, so that's an extra, like, half of factory. And I only need 2 more steel plates from what I have up top, so... Is this 24? 48. Second iron belt out of the other station. Oh, which I can already do because of the stack inserters. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate your help. But I guess this second station is an issue because it's drawing on the much shittier sorry, I can use my words here. It's drawing on the much shittier iron mine. Okay, go ahead and finish placing this then. Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm with you. Come on. I know having the big power poles in addition to the substations is unnecessary. The big poles just help me to visualize stuff, so I can, I'm probably going to go through and anywhere that I have a big factory, I'm going to get rid of all the big poles and just make it a substation grid wherever possible. All right. They're coming. Ooh-wee. Oh, Lord. All right. I'll probably go up and grab some of my banked construction bots and bring them down here so they can help out. Fuck you, trees. No one got time for any of y'all. Yeah. Hey, robots. I know you're trying. I'm sorry. What I've done to you is deeply cruel. And I confused some logistics bots there, too. Because I'm a monster. So basically, it wouldn't help with this current setup to like build a big RoboPort recharging area around halfway down the line so that they can all recharge in one spot. Like, I assume it's already bad practice to have your logistics networks as connected as these are, because then you're forcing your bots to travel. Oh fuck! I had auto trash on. God. Oh, they didn't finish doing it. Hooray! It's fine. Because they were all busy. I'm trying. Let me add a little one here just to give him a place to charge up. Now, they won't try to draw on me, right? Probably make a backup so they don't go all the way back to return all that crap. Oh, they're already committed to bringing the wood all the way back to my base. Sorry, robots. I'm a terrible master. Either don't connect them at all or paint the entire world with roboports. Because I was wanting to paint the world with roboports, but you just need to have a lot of like redundant chests everywhere. Robots! I wish I could get them to change their mind. You could put all that wood here. It's okay. No. Sorry, robots. I'm very sorry. Alright, let me start getting these lines set up while I'm making my robots suffer horribly. They refuse to optimize for distance. I wish they would at least change their mind. Like, if they saw that there was a better chest right near them, that they would go to that one first. Oh, and this should still be enough coal to supply all of these. We've established a couple times that the coal ratios are insane, right? Should be fine. I wish I could... I wish my original understanding of the trash slots was correct, just so that I could get them to destroy all wood as soon as they harvest it. They insist on filling every existing wood storage chest before adding wood to any new storage chest. Oof. Sounds like design space for a new tech. Less stupid robots tech. Okay, so this is interesting. Definitely going to piss off this group. I guess while I'm waiting for my poor, miserable robots to cover that distance, I'm going to go kill these biters. They refuse to make bots smarter. Oh, it slows down factories. So them being stupid is they have fewer decisions to make, basically? Interesting. Yeah, I can imagine bots being pretty, like, this is very much a game that would not run on computers even, like, 10 years ago, I imagine. It's not running anywhere near as well. Shit. There's a way to do this where I don't lose so many turrets. I'm just not very good at it. It's first to destroy all of the biters. Oh, also to turn my roboport back on. That was my issue. Oh, but I don't have any because I loaded them all up, didn't I? Oops. Runs well on old systems because it's well optimized. Interesting. Try that again. Everything's fine. Does the acid on the ground dissipate after it deals a certain amount of damage? I had to fix this terrible rail line too. Probably extend it straight and then up. Same changes that let factories get mind-bendingly humongous on current hardware let the game simulate normal, sane-person factories on a potato. Rewrote it from scratch to support multi-threading? Wow. Surprised it didn't to begin with. So what counts as destroying a nest for spawner kills? Like, anytime you kill one of those units that creates spiders, that increments that, even if there are multiple of those within a single nest, basically? Maybe slow, but ooh-wee, they're trying. So once this is all up and running, can I join the output belts? Like, I get that we have this specific number of furnaces to support a specific amount of input ore. But could I join the steel belt from above with this steel belt and still get full throughput? And the same for the iron plate belt? No, they have to be kept separate? I can join the steel belts. Okay. Thank you. Oh. Must have repeated that mistake up here. Yep. Now, I think up top I ended up being able to repurpose some of this steel. How many, technically, what's the question? What's the iron plate to steel plate ratio where you're using up literally all of the steel plates? Because up top I ended up doing this to reclaim some of these iron plates, because I don't think it was coming close to saturating it. Maybe it was just because my production elsewhere wasn't high enough. So then we want these to be on the other side. Oops. Or 1-to-1 for iron steel. So I guess if I was reclaiming it, if I was able to reclaim it up top, it's because I wasn't 100% using my steel further down the line. That's only if the steel line is flowing. I'm guessing it's bad practice to... hold on, let me think here. It's probably bad practice to pull the iron... If I'm going to try to get excess iron plates that aren't being used for steel plates, it's bad practice to pull it before it even gets to the steel furnace line, right? I would need to find room in this setup to pull them out at the end of the line, which I don't have. Okay, I guess I won't worry about it then, because I think I'm going to end up using all of the steel from this one. Maybe not from the other one. Things settle into a similar pattern either way. Okay. Now this logistics projection, how are these poor robots doing? Ooh, they're trying. The logistics projection is based on actually built roboports when you look on the map, right? When it's showing you your roboport coverage, doesn't include unbuilt ghosts. Gotcha. Because the network's concave. Okay, so you said I can join the steel belts, but not the iron plate belts. Should have had that on. I keep wanting to turn it off because it's doing stuff I don't want it to do, and then I forget that I turned it off. This one steel costs 5 iron. Okay. Ooh, almost got hit by that train. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Down to 170 accumulators. That'll be nice. Once I can stop worrying about that. I think once those accumulators are built, I can just shut off my boilers. I'm really nervous about shutting off my boilers, though, right? Because if your power spikes, like if you're using too many robots, or I think you were talking about laser turrets are also power hungry, it could cause you to just run out of power in the middle of the night because your accumulators aren't able to do enough work. So I might still want to learn how to selectively shut this off and keep it as like a backup power supply if the accumulators get low. The current charge in the accumulator isn't an if-then setting that you can specify for cables, is it? Oh, yeah? So I can just throw an accumulator over here. Do I connect it to the pump or to like the first boiler? Let me grab one. I briefly tried to figure it out off stream, but I got intimidated and stopped. Chain one red wire at both pumps. Okay. So we do wire, oops. And I just make another one and link it to the other one. Let me click on it here. So it's not accumulator. So what is it saying here? I thought this meant like turn this off if you have fewer than 100 accumulators. Is this referring to the power being supplied by it? Use A at the accumulator. Okay. Or is electricity an icon here, and that's what I was missing? Really? Oh, okay. So what it currently means is if I had fewer than 100 accumulators, which isn't what I want. Use A at the pump. Oh, is this what read charge level is? Reads the charge level of the accumulator as a percentage between 0 and 100. So that's being abstracted as A. Is this just a thing that happens when you have an accumulator as your source signal? This is the part that I missed when I was trying to do this off stream. So just by running a cable from an accumulator to something else, it's trying to send the current charge percentage. Yeah. So basically, do all accumulators discharge? Do they load balance perfectly? Like, does it matter if is this saying 100% of this accumulator's power, 100% of this, the total charge of the network? They load balance perfectly. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So this cable system, it makes more sense then. That's pretty simple. So basically I can tell it to go ahead and turn on the burners if the accumulators have less than, I don't know, because I want to give it time because the burners take time to spin up, right? So like 30% power. Even 10% is fine. Okay, that's pretty simple. So basically what this is saying is don't run the burners until the until the accumulators have almost fully discharged, when they're down to like 1.2 gigajoules remaining, and that should be enough time for them to pick up the slack before the accumulators completely run out. It'll stop my factory from tanking. It'll also allow me to continue to have huge power spikes from like construction bots without causing issues. 10% of all night is a decent amount of time. Well, my fear, the reason I was afraid to even disable the boilers was that what if I do something that requires my entire RoboPort network and it heavily spikes my power and just tanks my accumulator charge like very swiftly? Does 10% give me enough time for the boilers to pick back up, you know? I assume that that's going to reduce my pollution by quite a bit. Well, I guess I already got it pretty far down with the boilers. It's the mining drills that are kicking my ass right now, even with all those efficiency modules. Okay, thanks. I guess I don't have a sense of how many seconds it takes for a boiler network to start satisfying, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think I already have way more than enough accumulators. The math I did was that I needed 1,800 solar panels and 1,500 accumulators, and I think that this grid up here has maybe 2,000, well, maybe not 2,000 accumulators, but it's a lot. It's pretty fast. Okay. I'm going to merge at the end of this anyway. Okay, let's do the copper out here. I'm probably going to run out of belts before my poor baby logistics robots can make it here. This is why you have one base, I guess, instead of modular bases. Oh shit, I did this wrong anyway. Well, I guess I can still fix it. It's not symmetrical, but... do I have to be within the orange squares for logistics robots to reach me, or can they reach me from the green squares as well? They have separate logistics networks and then set up a train that brings them a little of everything from their mall. Have to be in the orange. Okay. I had another question. Let me see if I can remember what it was. Oh, I asked this earlier. Is one line of coal on a yellow belt really enough to satisfy all of these furnaces? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines, 2 of them doubled up to account for steel. Like, I believe you that it is, but it seems crazy that coal is that energy dense. If you ever leave orange, every bot in flight towards you will put its cargo away. Oof. Okay, that's what those guys are doing. Let me make sure I have plenty of these down then. Could I improve it by switching to red belts for the coal? So I could do that without too much trouble. I don't actually need to do that, though. It sounds like we should be fine. Still within yellow belt limits. That's on the Factorio cheat sheet, right? Let me pull it up really quick. FactorioCheatSheet.com. It's under materials processing. Coal. Furnaces supplied by a coal belt. 666. Holy shit. 1333 on a red belt. Okay. Neat. So I guess I could try to count my furnaces here, right? It's 312 furnaces. 360. So, wow, I'm just over halfway. So I could totally still split this this coal belt. And add it over here. Are there any... So there's a couple recipes that require coal, like grenades. You gotta ask this question not stupidly. Are there any recipes like that where the yellow belt speed is going to be an issue for coal? Kind of want to build up towards here anyway, because that's where I'm going to pump water. Right, it's the nasty substation grid that we don't want. Oops. Plastic for red circuits if you really scale it up. And using up a yellow belt of coal means a red belt of plastic, and that's a really, really large number of red circuit assemblers. Okay. Gotcha. Feel weird having this little patch of green here. Oh no! No, robots! You're so close! Are these not connected to the network at the moment? It's okay. I love you, robots. Give me my red transport belts now. They're like, oh, I guess he doesn't need them. The master no longer exists, so he doesn't need our help anymore. I guess it doesn't hurt to have imperfectly shaped RoboPort network, because extra RoboPorts just means more space for the robots to charge-ish. Yeah, better to have extra ports. Probably can command them to pave this area. The correct number of red circuit assemblers is yes. Okay, so I did this math. That took me longer than I was hoping. I think I started by starting to pipe jack this field down here and didn't actually bring any of the oil up, so I'm going to do that now. Because I need 3 oil refineries. Concrete seems like it takes forever to make. I have a bunch of logistics chests full of iron ore that I'm using for that purpose right now, but it seems extremely slow. And uses up a lot of stone bricks, right? You save stone bricks by paving with concrete. Okay. Well, I guess my concrete factory is, or assembler is all the way up here. They'd have to travel. I was thinking of doing stone bricks because there's already bricks and chests in that general area. When you place concrete over an existing stone paved area, do you reclaim the bricks? Very worried about this causing pollution down here. Might be time to do rockets soon. I think the argument is it's been time to do rockets for like dozens of hours at this point, but thanks, Clean. I'm enjoying it so far. Uh-oh. I think it dealt with it? Maybe? Can these shoot over the walls? I don't even know where those biters came from. Oh, probably that group down there. Oh my god, my pollution just got really bad. I felt like I had done a really good job of clamping down on it. So I guess shutting off the boilers isn't making that big of a difference compared to all the miners that I just added. Walls are barrier to movement, not projectiles. That includes cliff faces, I suppose. Oops. These guys are not friendly. So I think my prior strategy of just trying to rush the base to take out the spawners, that I should wait at the front and take out the biters, because they do a not insignificant amount of damage. I've always been mostly worried about the worms and getting to them as soon as possible. That went better, I think. I can reach 2 tiles out from where they're standing, so there should be a line. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a problem, this pollution situation. I wonder if that's just because I was doing okay with three efficiency modules in every miner. I know I added a ton of miners, but I assume that would just mean that the belts would get saturated, that they would stop running and stop polluting. So like it could reach through this wall and hit this one, but it couldn't reach through this wall and hit this one or this one. Can they fit through little one-person gaps like that? Oh, they were safe before. Right. And once those boxes fill, that might slow the pollution down a bit. They can't fit through one tile gaps. Okay. So may as well stop by my main base just to fully resupply and scope things out here. Probably make a second temporary assembler on the opposite side of this thing. I know this isn't great, but I like the idea of just burning through excess stuff. Probably don't want to have two chests for it either. Spiders used to get mad at belts that were moving them and stopped to gnaw on them, which let the belts push them away, which prevented the gnawing from working. It was broken. Interesting. Can I at least see my boilers? Okay. So they were kicking on a little bit, and now they're not kicking on at all. Gotcha. Because accumulators are handling it. Oh, is this stupid, ugly accumulator network done finally? There's still a lot of purple over there. Attacks on your base couldn't damage anything. That's funny. Oh, geez, I don't need that many stack inserters. Let's stop that. It's fine. Oh yeah, the accumulators are done. That's very exciting. Backup batteries, probably. Could probably stop this too. Eventually, yeah. No, God. Is there one random yellow splitter in there? It makes it really hard for logistics bots to ever get made because they're all going to construction bots. I guess if this chest was full, use the slowest inserter, that would work. I've been switching to the blue one just because it's easier to not have to think about it. It's the same with using red belts everywhere, where yellow belts would probably be fine. I just like not having to think about it. I'm going to head to my new set of miners and see if I can get them up to 3 efficiency modules. Okay, so this one looks like it filled the chests. But when I initially built the extra miners, it took a really long time to fill the chests, I assume. Which is probably causing a big pollution spike. Now, as I end up using more of this copper, it's going to become a problem again, but... How many? It's been 103. I think that can fully stock all of these. Yeah, it looks like their box is full now too. I guess it's because I'm not doing anything with the material at the new base. Once I do, it's going to start to get crazy again. Okay. Pollution. Everything. Steel furnaces got up there too. There's nothing I can do about steel furnace pollution, right? And electric furnace pollution is even worse, I assume. Boiler. Oof. Yeah, I think I'm just going to have to deal with biters here soon. Dang. Electric's cleaner when nuclear is solar powered, but because they have such a big footprint, it still kind of makes them annoying to set up if you already have a steel furnace system that works. I see. Sorry, train. Right, I was like, why didn't I finish this before? It was because there were fucking biters. That's why. This is where I was saying I don't know if you were actually making a list of suggestions for the developers, Brewski, but I wish that I wish this little placement ghost updated to reflect whether a pipe you're about to place is going to, well, I guess it kind of does. Not here though, right? Like that should update to show that it's going to create a little intersection there, and it doesn't. I think these are all connected correctly. I also wish the game, like, there was some way to, like a pipe visualization mode that showed you where things were connecting, kind of like the one for electricity. So you could see if you made a mistake somewhere, because it seems pretty hard to tell where you fucked up if you did fuck up. Yeah, I guess, is that the same way belts work? Because if it's the same way belts work, then whatever, there's nothing that can be done about it. Or it projects that you're going to make a turn. Shit, do it over a resource node. I wonder if they could add that in general, or if that would be prohibitively difficult. Like, project how adjacent entities are going to be changed by the placement of something. Maybe that's too hard. We hate trees. Trees are trash. No one likes trees. They're going to take that wood all the way back to the original base, aren't they? I need something to do with all that wood. Okay. Where am I going to put this oil? Make a bank of boilers just for burning wood that runs always. Just run them next to logistics chests that have wood in them or something. Does that increase your pollution a lot? I imagine it would. Feed it to smelting lines. Smelters can be wood fired, have no net pollution cost. I see. Given how, like, coal runs so far, stretches so far, it seems like the only reason to do that would be to get rid of your wood, right? Can you set up a machine that like fills a box with wood and then destroys it and then rebuilds the box? That seems unnecessary, but just laughing at the possibility. Now I can make this grid bigger. You said there's a way to set up blueprints like this. Let me actually... Okay, Control V is... When you hit Control V, what you're really doing is you're accessing a blueprint that's been saved on the Control C command. So you can Control V and actually place it in your blueprint. So if I do snap to grid... I guess what causes it to snap? Is it relative, maybe? Shrink the grid to 18 by 18. Click absolute. Does it need to be centered better? Oh, that's... Well, wait, no, that's not right. Is it the problem that it needs to be centered? I can't move that flag, right? Ah, okay. That doesn't cause anything to change, right? I think it's 2-2, isn't it? No. Changes where the grid lives on the map. So it's going to be negative then? It shouldn't need to be, right? -4, okay. Y is like 2. Maybe -2. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Okay, so -2 is correct. And Y was correct. Okay, thank you. It's helpful. It's way faster. Just click and drag in map mode to place a bunch of them. Oh, that's beautiful. Do I have a thing that can remove trees, rocks, and cliff? Does cliff show up as a thing? Or does remove trees, rocks also remove cliff? No, it doesn't. Yeah, it's pretty sexy. Build some temporary just so I stay in the orange, right? There we go. That's pretty silly. Oh no! Got a little green patch there. Ah! Fuck. That's exactly what I was trying to avoid. Oh well. Substation's in the way. I guess that's an issue with a substation grid, is that your Roboport grid's not going to line up with it perfectly. I see. Now, anytime I make it... What's the deal with the absolute thing? Is that just lining up towards like a perfect middle for the entire game, basically? Can I use those numbers for every future blueprint, or only for every future blueprint of that exact size? That's so wonderful. Brings me so much joy. God, that's so clean. Jesus. Make a grid across a whole map. Set 0, 0. If a blueprint near spawn and forces everything to tile from there. I see. Gotcha. Thank you. Makes sense. Now, sometimes I'm like planning on my personal bots to place these substations, and the reason they're not is because there's already bots all the way up here that have committed to placing it. Is that right? Okay. I should have plenty of room to make this purple science factory. Let's start working on it. I've been doing this because it's rote and it lets me avoid making a creative choice. So let me try to pump this stuff towards the edge of what's going to be my factory area. I guess I have going to have an easier time expanding west than I am east, so I probably want to pump it up and around. Yeah, several blueprints, the same grid size and absolute offset, they'll all fit together. Yeah, that sounds beautiful. Because I could just move the copper from earlier, but whatever. I might change my mind about this placement later. So this isn't necessarily a terrible idea, trying to move your belts to the outside of where you're gonna, like your workspace. Because I want this, basically west of this line to be my workspace. So I want to try to have all the belts come in from the eastern side if possible. Well, I'm gonna go get belts. Huh. I thought I'd have logistics bots on their way to try to resupply me with red bolts here. Oh shoot. Right, I left my locomotive behind. Can I just craft another one? I bailed out of it because I always think I can brake when I set it to autopilot and then just completely forget what I'm doing. Oh, it's because I forgot to turn this back on. I'm like, why are they not coming to me to bring me my belts? I turned it off temporarily and I forgot. There needs to be like a big flashing thing on the screen that says logistics is turned off. That wouldn't be a very efficient way to handle it, but it is frustrating to me anyway. Oh, you used to not be able to turn it off at all. I guess I appreciate being able to turn it off because it's sometimes frustrating the stuff that it throws in here, you know? And that's exactly why I shut it off, so that I could place these bots. And I forgot to turn it back on. See ya, Brewski. Give me at least 1K, and I'll keep the rest. Okay. What's up? Okay. It's so premium. I hope I can get some new core gameplay loop done today because I want to play this game over the next week. I don't want to do anything new off stream. I might bring myself to, well, shit. I don't know, I guess maybe doing new stuff isn't as bad as like Terraria, because I feel like watching somebody play this on YouTube isn't super different. The only difference is you can't yell at them to be like, what the fuck are you doing? You can yell at them in the past, except there's nothing you can do about it like you can when it's on Twitch. I gotta think about what I want to do. Really glad that they added that auto underground belt thing, right? That's new as of 1.1. YouTube Factorio comment sections are a thing. So I kind of want to try doing this bus thing better than I attempted it at my northern base. To do that, I would run this whole line. If my factories are going to go from east to west, then I would run this whole line over on the right side. And I would stagger them a little bit so I have room to split them off, and then split them and weave them so that without the main line ever entering the factory, materials come off of them and go into the factory, right? And I would just extend this to the max height of the factory that I'm going for too, right? Oh, a dummy. So basically your bus just extends upward forever, or left and rightward. It's perpendicular to the factory direction. Six adjacent belts. Yeah, because I think I want to start splitting these off to leave space between them here. Control disabled smart belt placement. Okay. Get this out of the range of what's going to be my bus. So I think I want to start making room between them as of this turn down here. So I think I overextended at the bottom. Give me 1 second. I was going to try to leave a 1 space gap in between each belt. Is that fine? I'm sure it could be better than that, but like this. I guess I need to create way more room than that to do it, though. It's one of those things that it's hard for me to pre-visualize, so I kind of just have to do it. 2 spaces is better. Oh, it's fine if the iron's adjacent, like just completely adjacent? Okay. Yeah, because I need room to run underground belts to weave these out of here, right? So like something like that is probably fine. I don't know if like the positioning, the order of the materials really matters. One tile out for the splitter to poke out and a belt to turn sideways, one more to make it go underground for each split. Ah, okay. I see what you're saying. Cool. Extend these out then. Doesn't look like it interferes with the grid at all here. Doesn't really matter what order the belts are in. Okay. Big electric poles in the way. That's okay. Material ordering isn't important other than having identical materials grouped. Okay. Just trying to take the time to get this right-ish. I know it's still not going to be perfect, but... Is there any way I can get the orange to be projected constantly? I guess I could just place so much of it that I don't have to worry about it. I kind of want to pave this just because paving helps me to visualize which parts are my factory, but it's okay. So I should have plenty of input materials. I need to make 10 copper cables. Here they come. Yeah, I'll try to do the concrete thing. I mean, I do have a logistics chest fed assembler that's making concrete. I guess I probably need to expand it. Don't I need concrete for yellow science anyway? Or maybe not. I thought I need concrete for something, where I just need a shitload of it. Huh. Stack inserters out. Might be worthwhile. Okay. Concrete for nuclear buildings. Probably going to start from the bottom here because I'm going to use the water from that pool to make stuff later. So I want to be able to build toward that instead of being up against it. Although maybe starting from the center makes more sense. Hold on. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think I'll start from 3. That way I can adjust. Up or down. Okay. So we want to start, well, I want it to not be this close to the substations. This also has to be in the center of this part of the grid, I think. Ish. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's not bumping into them later on. So if my calculations are right, I need 10 of these. Oh, so like I could start from lower basically. I see. So this what you're saying is this coal belt being this close is kind of an issue. That belt over on the right is fine. Yeah, I'll clear the big power ball. Thanks. I need one here, but I can move it somewhere else. Full substation range, so the edge of that blue square. Thought you were talking about like the size of a substation. To give room to manipulate stuff in this space from the substation, basically. Okay, I mean, I'd rather do it right the first time because it's hard to fix it. It's probably fine here then. Need 10 of these. 5, 6. And you said stack out might matter here, but not in. Yeah. Don't build things too compactly if you can avoid it, because space is infinite. It's the one resource that is infinite. Two cables for every plate they take in. Now, since I need copper cables for a lot of other things, if I'm doing the bus strategy, am I then belting the cables back towards where the bus is? Or belting some portion of them? So I immediately set up a splitter that sends some of them back, right? Produce more than 10 gigajoules per hour using only solar panels. Cool. So I'm still gonna, I can continue sending most of these cables down the line to make the things that I need, right? Oh, really? Interesting. So I guess that's different than what I was expecting to do here. I was expecting to send part of them just straight forward along the line to make my green circuits and then sending the rest back to a bus. But you're saying send the whole thing back to the bus and then only send submaterials this way, basically? Thinking I'm going to try to expand these out to the east. I don't want to go too far with that because I do want to be able to expand the parking lots up north. But I can also fix my parking lot space by making those all right angles, right? Everything goes to the bus and comes from the bus unless you have a specific other plan. All right, well, no, what you're saying makes sense to me, so I'm going to give that a try. Now, I only need 10 cables for this project. I guess the problem I don't want to run into is I'd like to be able to expand this so I can just keep making more cables this way. Half the machines feed the inside part of the belt. Would I end up doing that by having half the machines on the opposite side? So I'd have to have 5 on one side and 5 on the other, basically. Guess the substations are getting in the way with where I placed everything. If I put it down one tier, I wouldn't have that problem. Oh, I didn't realize that cutting just instantly cut. . the stack inserters in the middle to the edges. Just have them on the end every time, basically. And then I like snake the belt. Thanks for your help. This is interesting to think about. Oh, so more like this. So is it just the trick that you do to get it to merge so that it goes on the opposite side? Between the middle two machines. Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to think if the shape I'm trying to go for here is the one where you're trying to move part of the input to a different belt. So I want it to be in the middle because I want half of them to be putting it on one side and the other half to be putting it on the other side, basically. Yeah. I think I see what you're saying. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want these 5 to just be normal and these 5 to be janky. Three, four, 5, and then my room to like that, basically. Because these 5 are now putting on effectively the bottom part of the belt. And these 5 are putting on this side. Yeah, so I kept having to look back at your diagram for the way you shape a belt in order to force things from one side to the other. And then after just doing this for 20 hours off stream, I just kind of felt the way to do it. That's a belt full of cables. That goes back to the bus, which I'm going to try to put it on the far side of the bus. Keep 2 spaces of distance. Now I can... Needing a vestigial belt that never contains items for the shape to work is hard to wrap your head around. Right. Exactly. And it doesn't really matter where I split it. Just somewhere where I can use it, right? So I got my 10 copper cables. I'm already seeing the benefit of this. I don't have to keep, because like I had to do some gross stuff in order to reclaim my main line of iron plates before. It was not fun. I need 5 green circuit assemblers. I see how this makes it really easy for you to change your layout later on. Oops, what am I doing? Sorry. Confusing myself. Guess let's try to keep it towards the bottom here. These need cables and iron plates. Yeah, this is beautiful. This makes intuitive sense to me, so I'm a fan. Now I will not need stack inserters to get the circuits out, right? Wait, that's 3. Oh, I love this. This brings me an enormous amount of joy. And it should be pretty easy for me to get this to go down, given where I put it on the line, right? You leave 2 spaces so you have room to work with those sorts of things. Okay. So my math said I need 5 green circuits. And I need... Oh, shit. I need raw stone. For rails. So I guess I can just split that off down here and add it to the bus. Is that one of the only things you need? Raw stone and raw iron ore for concrete? Oh, would another train station make more sense? Just split it to the bus, okay. Yeah, because I assume that this isn't going to use all of the stone anyway, right? Okay. Oops. This makes life so much better. And it doesn't matter what order the bus is in at all. Like, I guess you could try to make it cleaner and have it be like raw materials to second tier processed, but it just means more belt to get it further in, right? Technically, I could save some space by moving all of this down a bit, but I think that's pretty easy to do later if I need to. You could just cut and paste it and move it down. Okay, so I need iron sticks. I did the math myself. Is there a good calculator site that I should use instead? Should I pull from the bus every single time? Is that better practice? Because like I could see just putting some assemblers right above this line of iron and trying to use it to make sticks and sending that back. I think I should still be able to pipe these down because I can do this. Thanks to underground belts, right? Separate bus pulls are good habits. Add a second splitter across the 2 iron lines. Prioritize left before the second iron tap. before the second iron tap. Okay, let me see if I understand what you're saying. Input priority left, basically. So does this allow them to work as one belt now? Didn't need to move anything. Okay. No output left. Okay, so we want to have the... So don't use this iron. Go ahead and just make a new line, basically. And it's fine to use only the space I need, so I can make it a little bit more compact. Like, sometimes I need to have 4 belts running on 2 on either side of the assembler. In this case, I just need to make iron sticks. So it's okay to put my assemblers here. I need how many iron sticks? Oh, just 2. So does this mean that each of my factories is expandable? By doing it this way, I can always just add more assemblers along that line? Because that was a big problem I was running into with the way I was doing it off stream, where... Oops. Sorry, I can use my words here. Off stream, I would say, okay, I want, 10 copper cables. And then if I needed an 11th or a 12th, I was just SOL. The limit is the capacity of a full red belt in terms of adding assemblers. So, like, this is a full red belt for copper cables, basically. Sure, gotcha. Some iron sticks. I guess we'll do rails. Rails are... The calculation's for 7 purple science, if anyone wants to check my math. Steel plate, stone, iron stick. Now, does it make sense to try to merge belts when you're doing something like this that requires 3 or 4 ingredients, or is it better to just use the space and put 1 belt on one side, 2 belts on the other side, and then use the 4th belt space for output? Like, I'm wondering if I should merge like the steel and the stone as they leave the bus here. And the way you merge is just by, splitting them together and having a side priority with a filter on it. Would it have made more sense to merge these then? Merge the copper and the cables here and then save a horizontal line? I might end up needing... Oh, just because of how much I actually need there. Okay. do we want the merge to happen in this sub? So the reason we're talking about leaving this substation space open is this is just room to futz around once it comes off the bus, right? So like here, for example, and it doesn't matter, but I'll pick one. Oh, instead of going to the right side. Yeah, that might cause me problems later when I try to expand up the parking lots, but I can always address that later. Oh, shoot, I did this stupid. I think I forgot how to get it so that I have two materials. One is on one side, one's on the other side. It doesn't involve a splitter, or it has to involve a splitter at some point, right? Hold on, let me see if I can figure it out. Now, how do I see? This is what I thought I was going to do. Does it have to be like a T intersection specifically? Okay, because one side has to beat the other side to it. Gotcha. Has to be a T. Oh, so it needs to be taller than this. Make the steel turn down. This one I don't have an intuition for. Built in between sideways. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Thanks, but they have to go the right direction. So it's penis shaped. Got it. Okay. Yeah, so I think I can be a little bit more compact here for the most part. Need 3 rail assemblers. Oh, if you only need them for one thing, don't bust them. I guess just to future-proof it, I could still bust them, but go ahead and just pull from this line and not worry about it until later, and then I can always bring it back in from the bus later on if I change my mind. Yeah, because I kind of want to just bust everything, because I think iron sticks show up in one other recipe? I forget what it was. So rails are getting to the point where it's basically a final product. Rails are a thing that I want by themselves, and I am producing them at 2 other factories right now. But the only other thing they're an ingredient in is purple science. So does it make sense to add them to the bus, given that they only are an ingredient in one thing? Or to like pass them onto a belt that's going to go somewhere else later for the purple science. Power pulse, that's right. Oh good, if you place over a ghost, it remembers what the thing was supposed to be. I guess the bus makes perfect sense for a way to keep the rest of the factory clean. Once I want to start passing these to purple science, would I just pass them to purple science along this line up here, basically? If I'm not using a bus? Stack out might make sense. Okay. Sure. Okay, so I got my rails. I'm trying to look at the other things I need to make here. I need electric furnaces, which require red circuits. I can't do that yet. I need productivity modules, which require plastic bars, well, which require red circuits, so I can't do that. So I think it's time for red circuits, which I've kind of been dreading because I hate liquids. So liquids, just do them somewhere away from the bus and then pipe them in. Should the liquid pipes run alongside the bus with a similar gap space? I think I hate liquids. Oh, bus in plastic. Okay. So you can have off-site liquids production since it's a mess, and politely pretend liquids aren't a thing. Okay. Well, I need 3 plastic factories, so I'm gonna try to start working on getting that set up here. What was that pipe that I had running over here? I wish there was a temporary tolerance when you're moving into a green area so that you can at least place a roboport, even if it was just like 4 seconds or something. Okay, there's my new pipe. Stand right on the edge of this. Might just do it down here, actually. I got a nice open space above this copper ore, make that liquid town. I have to pump water pretty far, but I guess I'll go work on that real quick. What approach soil is that? Having it all in one place, or? I don't want to scatter them. I hate that. It was giving me an aneurysm yesterday, over the last week. You were saying that you can run pipes horizontally along refineries that are in a row, which is much what I would prefer to do, so I'm going to try to set that up. Yeah, I want to do it all in one place. I am all the way on board with you on that. I'm going to try to just do it right down here, basically. Pipes can run pretty far with grounds before pressure becomes an issue, right? No, I think I'm going to try to use this for everything if I can. And have my main base just be resupplying. I'll eventually switch to add other things to resupply down here so that the bots aren't having to travel across the entire map to get to me. That's an issue at the moment. Yeah, I think I just want to use this region down here and have this be Liquid's town. I think you want right on a lake is a liquid plant or boilers. I see. Screw you, trees. No one has time for your shit. Yeah, I was planning to build basically entirely with the water pipeline being my leftmost boundary, basically. I could probably afford to go further down, though. I love this automatic substation grid. Thank you very much for that. It's the bee's knees. Oh, it got fucked up. Kind of. I guess it's only fucked up with relation to that mini substation grid down there. Okay. So not really fucked up. God, that's so awesome. Biggest fan. Yeah, I have existing grids that aren't lined up with the rest of them. I got it. Forevermore be special snowflakes. Okay, so what I would like to do, I would like this to be my permanent hub for liquids. So I know exactly what I need. I need 3 oil processing facilities, 1 heavy oil cracking facility, 3 light oil cracking facilities. That's just to make purple science. But I'd like to build this in a way that I can expand it with any number of additional refineries and chemical plants as needed. So I guess my question is there a shape that I can try to pursue here that accomplishes that, where I can set up what I need right now and bus in the plastic that I need, but also leave space to keep expanding it? Like, I totally get this bus concept up here. I can apply it forever. Any new buildings, no problem, but I don't even know where to start with ugly-ass, gross-ass liquids. Oil refining. Refineries, heavy to light, light to petroleum. Okay. Fluid bus running north-south. And that can basically coincide with this, like if I turn this oil here. Can I, for visualization purposes, I'm tempted to try to run this all as regular non-underground pipes and then replace it with underground pipes later. It helps me to see things better. Leave a 1 tile gap between the oil and the water. Oh, okay, right. Just 1 tile, not 2? I don't think I have enough pipes to do it right now, so I'm not going to bother, but something about ground pipes is difficult for my brain to visualize. Maybe if it showed the little symbol running along the ground in the dead center of the path. 1's fine for fluids. Okay. Should the grounds be lined up or should they be staggered? Right now they're not quite perfectly, but pretty well staggered. Every pipe is a 1 tile fluid splitter. Doesn't matter at all. Okay. Well, in that case, if it doesn't matter, then I'd rather not stagger them, I think. For the cause of aesthetic. Hey, thanks, logistics robots. You guys made a really long trip to give me those. Something screwy with the water. I'll fix it here in a second. That should be that. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Refineries, heavy to light crackers, light to petroleum crackers, which run north-south. So each line runs north-south and can be expanded indefinitely south if I wanted to add more of them. If I'm following you right. No. Lines run east-west. Okay, and set up each line. Yeah, leave some space away. Just go over this way, basically. Can they just be directly adjacent to each other like that? No. Tile of gap in between each one. Oh, okay, that's what you meant by tile of gap. Okay, thanks. And that could, if I wanted more oil refineries, that could just extend to the east indefinitely. Okay, thanks. Just need to tell these what they are. Here, actually, this goes further one more down, doesn't it? Stubs are just like this. With gaps. I think I see where you're going with this. 1, 2, 3, left to right. One, two, one, two, one, two. And that's a decent shape for this particular facility in the future. I think I see from the screenshot on the cheat sheet. Ah. Okay, thank you. I really needed to have a shape. This is part of what was driving me nuts before with liquids, just like struggling with visualizing them in comparison to, oops, wrong side. Belts I can see for some reason. Pipes are basically just belts, but I don't know why they mess with me. Okay, so I think I get it. So now that hard part's done, let me print this. Binary piping. Okay. Now they all have water. I love it. Now they all have oil. No third output on the side. Okay. Yeah, I needed to see the shape exactly. Thank you. Okay, so now how do I make the chemical plants for cracking not look like garbage? Like, I guess the fact that there's the Y shapes on the edges means that these are all sharing a pipe network, right? Okay, add to my fluid bus, right? Yep. With one space in between, right? Guess maybe I want to have petroleum on the outside. Full. guess I can just bus in. Got room for it. Okay, I think I'm getting it. Thank you for your help. Oh, that's so nice. Holy crap. Okay. Now I need to make cracking. So for my current project, I need 1 heavy oil cracking. So that would be the next line would just have would it just have a single chemical plant on it? Or oh, let me put this in here. Or would I want to have all of my cracking plants on the same line here? Just 1 so I can push it back. Hold on, cat's gonna knock my monitor off the desk again. Let me ask Andrew. You want separate lines for both cracking recipes. Okay. So I only need 1. Can do a similar distance. And I want to pull it in from the bus, not from... Do that down a bit. Oh, but I need to do this slightly differently so that they're staggered from each other. Okay. So that's going to go like that, and that's going to go like that. Okay, I think I see. Heavy light will always be short, but that's fine. Sure. Don't contort plant placement to match where stuff comes above ground on the bus. Just add more surfacings when you need to tap stuff. So I can make it tighter, basically, is what you're saying, without too much trouble. Okay. Well, I still need this to be further down. But the substation doesn't get in the way. Oh, actually, a little bit further down still. Oh, 1, 2.
You and the cat food.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's going to be live.
Oh, thanks. Just run pipes along the bottom, and I can just send it back to the bus, right? Good. Got it, I think. And then I need to do another one that's for light oil cracking, right? Let me see how many of these I need. 3 for light oil. Roboport placement might be an issue. I guess it's still kind of a thing where, like, space is infinite, don't stress out. This could be one tile up and I'd be fine. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, then I have to move all the pipes. I'm just not going to think about it for now. It's an easy adjustment to make later. Yeah. Because pipe pressure is not going to be a problem. For some reason, I'm super stressed about pipe pressure, even though I know I probably don't need to be. I know. Plenty of room from the substation. Oh, right, there needs to be a gap still. Right. So that doesn't happen. Now I understand why there needs to be a gap, though. Oh, I see. So continue on this line, but just leave gaps on the horizontal line, not on the vertical line. Okay, I see what you mean. I guess with busing, like, things that were previously a big deal stop being a big deal. Water and light oil. Okay. I'm actually still doing this a tile too high every time, aren't I? Just always want that Y shape. Okay. Draw the pipe to the bus. Rather than doing it the way I'm doing it. Sure. I see what you're saying. Screwed something up here. Where did I screw up? Ever twist your brain the least? Something's screwy. I gotta figure out what's wrong. Why is there no water flowing through that anymore? Oh, I'm already out of it? Wait a minute. Oh, is it getting screwy up here? Okay. I must not have extended this before. So it was showing water in the pipe. Is it that once you destroy part of a pipe segment, any water that was already in it stays in it? So it would explain my confusion every time something like that's happened. Or it just seems to like arbitrarily run out. Okay. Oh, is heavy oil in the same, having the same issue? It is, thank you. So I guess I'm not using it for anything else at the moment, but now do I need a storage tank if I'm doing things this way? Like when does a storage tank come into play? Like when you have a bad ratio and there's too much of one liquid and not enough of the other? Oh, weird. Thanks. So that's like we did in the other facility where we run a... using anything besides petroleum. Is that something we have to do? That's off of the heavy oil line, right? So do you want the tanks to measure levels off the bus, or do you want it to measure levels off the next to the facility? I think this isn't filling at the moment just because production has stopped. Tanks put anywhere handy. So even on the bus is fine. Is there a limit to how far like a red cable is allowed to run for connecting two things together? Oh, they can be strung along power poles. Let me put a tank down here just so that I can visualize things again. The only place not to put a tank. But it could be somewhere along the bus, basically. It's down one. Oh, I need a pump, don't I? Just a regular pump. Does the pump connect from the tank back into the pipe? I guess the fact that all fluids load balance is weird. Heavy oil tap leading into the cracking line. So like here. The tank just exists to measure, basically. Okay. Wire can't reach. I see. So we want this to be heavy oil under 20K, right? It's unfortunate that the basic ratio doesn't work, or there's not a setup of machines that you don't have to do that, because it seems like a pretty advanced strategy. Over 20K. Thanks. So this says only send oil, heavy oil to be cracked if there's over 20K in the tank down here. That lets everything else run. Okay, that was just temporary so I could visualize things better. So I've got... Cracking is all happening. Everything's back in the main line. So now I want to start building plastic.
Ding, 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 ding.
The rightmost cracker of light oil is not feeding off the bus. This one? That's okay. It can go from either the left or the right output. Oh, I see what you're saying. Thanks. Wow. Yeah, this is where I wish it, like, projected the flow for underground belts. Like, there's a little ghost image when you hovered over it that showed it's really hard to see. Yeah, thanks, Leon. Yikes. Okay, I need 3 plastic factories. That's part of why I struggle with pipes. Thanks, Leon. I don't think I ever would have noticed that just because everything else looked fine. I bet I've made mistakes like that elsewhere in my main base that I just didn't notice. Plastic and coal, so I'm gonna run coal down here. So is it bad practice to pull coal from earlier just for this purpose? Because I guess coal isn't really a raw ingredient in a lot of things. And I guess I could pull it off the bus up here and route it back down. You're not mentally modeling everything else you need to do, I know, right? Just doing it at the station is fine, okay. Oh, this one here. Sure. And can I just run this along my fluid bus? Same gap, 1 tile between pipes? Doesn't particularly matter. Always 2 tiles for belts. Okay. The pipes are usually underground, so it's not vital. Okay. And the 2 tile belt restriction is just so you have room to both place a splitter and an underground to get it wherever you need to send it. Gotcha. That might be too high. I think these are... I guess it doesn't matter. I can just use the extendo arm, but for some reason I assume that these things end a tile higher than they do. Oh, right. I know. All right, so now I want to send my plastic output back and send it towards where my main bus is. This is where having extra room is nice, I guess. Probably want to minimize space usage. To the right of the stations. Yeah, for sure. And I'll have to move stuff like this later on anyway. So I'm already using it for... I guess there's pipes running through there and power lines and roboports, but those are all things that I have some room to shuffle around to fit more train stations, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's get plastic in there. We want to make red circuits now. And this is going to be another one where we want to probably merge belts. These red circuits are plastic, copper cable, electric circuit. Yeah, it's beautiful. I'm really glad they added it. I need, holy shit, 20 red circuit assemblers. I don't even remember writing that down. Okay. Can never have enough, I guess? Want the circuit and the plastic inputs to merge and have the cable be separate. Okay. And that's because you just need more cable, basically? Okay. Sure. Guess I don't want this. This makes me sad. Let me try to fix it. Okay. Should probably build that thing that gives me belt immunity in the future. Okay, still flowing. We want to merge the green. I can just do that at the output there like I did before with the stone and the steel. Okay. It's helpful to have an example of it on the map that I can keep referring back to. That's been great. There we go. Beautiful. Oops. Oh, it's okay. I can just fix it here. Yeah, I don't think I can go back to not have to doing without buses. This is the most magical thing. And I don't need stack inserters for this anywhere, presumably. I should just get this on a blueprint at some point. Each machine takes so long that slower inserters are fine. Okay. Oops. I guess next time I can make the one machine at the start with the inserters already set up and then copy paste that down the line to make it less terrible. Send this back to the bus. Oh man, I'm actually running out of underground belts. That needs to be... Okay, that's a fuck up, but I can fix that. There it goes. Red circuits are 8-second cycle as opposed to rails or cables that are 0.6 seconds. So it's not about the materials, it's about how many you need in order to get a saturated belt, basically. I'm just trying to find out if my math is right here. Getting close to the end. So I gotta make, I already have rails, but I gotta make electric furnaces and productivity module 1. So productivity module 1 is green circuits and red circuits. Make sure I have redundant roboports down here. I'm gonna be sad soon. Oh, that one has no power. Picking inserters, it's how fast material moves through a single machine. Oops. Never going back from buses. Favorite thing. Yeah, I know, right? And it's crazy that it works so well given that all of my logistics robots are having to fly all the fucking way from my main base to do this. It's still going really, really well. No, I think, to me, the issue is that it's called trash slots. If this had a little image of a chest on it, and it said quick deposit or auto storage or something, like, I would have leapt at that immediately. I'd been like, oh my god, that's the greatest upgrade ever. I need that right now. Storage stuff and storage automation is pretty high on the list for me as far as things that I try to prioritize in games. You know, with hindsight now, it's like, oh, okay, I get it. Trash. Like, you wouldn't want to destroy anything anyway, but definitely the first time I didn't know any better. Oh, that's unfortunate. It doesn't do that automatically across ghosts. I guess I can save some underground belts with that in the future. It's fine. Oh no. Thanks. Next. Okay, so I need red and green circuits. I need 5 of these. I just rounded this up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Stop that. No. Let's just do it this way, then I can be 100% sure. I'm getting stuck on something right now. Oh, yeah, I've had this issue before off stream a couple times where, like, the auto placement gets confused on the belt direction you want. And I found the only way to fix it is to just delete everything and try again. It's really weird. I'm not sure what causes it. I think that fixed it. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So I only need 3 of these. I might actually be able to fit it down here. Well, yeah, since I don't need the whole line, it's okay that the guy's in the way. It's designed to let you run belts backwards if you want. Oh, okay. There we go. I like how the bus strategy still has room for not being like perfectly space efficient. So I don't have to like stress about that very much. Like it still works really well. I mean, I guess I'm gonna run into the water and I'm gonna run into my old base eventually if I keep doing this, but who cares? I'll just dismantle my old base because this is a much better way of doing things. Okay, so same deal as with the rails. I don't need to send those to the bus, although maybe I do eventually because I would use them to make productivity modules 2. I guess as far as best practice goes, productivity module 2, no, it probably has to go to the belt. No. No, but it's so clean though. I can't deny the cleanliness of the whole thing. All right, now I need electric furnaces, which are steel plates, advanced circuits, and stone bricks. And I need 2 of those only. Okay. It's not so bad. If I had more time, I would have written you a shorter letter. That's a good way to put it, yeah. I gotta get that belt tech. I might just barely make some purple science, so I think I'm gonna have to adjust my rule for what I'm gonna do off stream. I think I might actually do a little bit more content. I want to save learning new things for stream if possible, so. Okay, so it's red circuit, steel plate, stone brick. Can any of those be merged? The stone plate, or the stone brick, or the steel plates, or the red circuits? Where are my stone bricks? Did they get fucked up down here somewhere? Oh, ha! That's silly. Must have placed a ghost there or something. I guess I don't have the craft speed for any of this stuff written down. I have the proportions that I need. This says I need 10 steel and 10 stone bricks, so that suggests to me that I can merge those belts, but I'm not clear. I don't have the mastery yet to know when it's appropriate to merge them. I guess maybe you can always merge them unless if the machine consumes a shitload of that item compared to every other item, like we usually get with copper wires. Always merge belt unless your total usage is greater than half the belt. So I don't see steel per second. I see that it uses 10 steel and it uses 10 bricks. So that means that because they're in equal proportion, I can merge belts. But if it said like 50 steel and 10 bricks, then I'd want steel to have its own belt. Or is it not about proportions necessarily? Send me that red circuit pus. I like this a lot because this is kind of the design that I had in my brain that I wasn't able to put into... Oops. I wasn't able to manifest it. This is kind of what I was imagining trying to do, and I was trying to figure out, like, why is it that this isn't working the way I expected it to do? And it was because I wasn't constantly returning materials back to the bus. Two machines use 3 steel a second. 3 is less than 15. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. It makes sense for that, but I don't know that I could quickly do that calculation. Like, maybe it's something I could sit and think about if I'm doing it off stream, but here on stream I'd have to sit and like hover over the machine and see the contents and the time to craft and that sort of a thing. Put it all together. Okay. Now, we don't need a bus for making purple science, right? Because each of the materials we don't want to send back to the bus anyway. So we just extend this out, and we probably want to dig it so that it hops over any existing factories up here, right? Oh god, I didn't mean to do that. Man, do blue underground belts have one additional tile of range? Because there's so many times where I just wish I had one extra tile, you know? Come on, game, please. Now we're getting into height issues. Would I ever need more than one offshore pump for liquids? Water for liquids? I know that you do for boilers, but 2 extra tiles of range. These ones right now are, but like my red circuits are going back to the bus. Green circuits are going back to the bus. Cables are going back to the bus. I'm just not sending the rails or the production modules or the electric furnaces back because I don't need them. So purple science. Rails probably need their own belt. Is there any point in me trying to mess around with the rails to get them so that they're on both sides of that belt? Oh, calculator, thank you. That sounds awesome. That's basically what I did manually to figure out purple science. I guess I only need 3. I don't need to worry about merging belts. It's not the end of the world. But I can. Why not? Oh, but I'm going to need more room because I need 7 purple science factories, so let's not do it that way. I think it's still going to work out, though. Hopefully those numbers match up what I calculated manually. Thanks. Room to get this all out? I think so. Stack inserters possibly for the rails. Yeah, this makes me worry about the rails. Five prod module factories? Okay, I guess that's easy enough for me to fix. Must have screwed up the math there somewhere. Oh, I just realized I have a mistake up there. I can fix it. Hold on. I guess if I started the purple science down this way, it would be fine. Blue is fine. Oh, geez. How did I get... Oh, crap. Hold on. Oh, no. Okay, I can fix it. Oh, geez. It's happening. It only took 5 hours, but... Actually, I probably wanted this to run this way. Huzzah. Okay, let me get the... I gotta belt this all the way back to my labs. And my labs are messy right now. I can probably figure out a smarter way to do labs next time. I might end up just using this setup down here to redo science and just have it all down here with the bus system. This will make sure that I'm at least researching stuff. I don't want that to be anywhere near where my buses are going to be. So. Ooh, this is gonna take some doing here. I've got 20 iron plates to spare before I need 2 red belts of iron plates to support everything per second. So spending all that time setting up the extra input was still necessary at the beginning, right? I realized I didn't have this thing powered. Poor robots trying so hard. Oh shit, I hate doing that. Need some kind of like right-click protection. What are you guys doing? Just super duper confused over here or something? I'll probably work on yellow science production off stream. I might not actually do anything with the tech, but I might try to set it up, and I might look into expanding the whole setup that I currently have. Oh, I didn't have to add the extra belts of iron initially. Okay, well, I guess it future-proofs the whole thing for yellow science later on, right? House pollution. Okay. Very good. That seems bad. If it says that a biter spawner is eating pollution, that means that the cloud is reaching one of them. Does that make them evolve faster if that happens? Okay, I'm gonna have to deal with this next time. Maybe we'll do rocket automation. I've had rockets for a while. Let's see, we got 20 minutes left. I need to automate the making of rockets themselves, not the rocket launcher, right? Is that rockets or explosive rockets? It just triggers attacks. Okay. Thanks. Explosive rockets are better. All right, that's something else I might try to do off stream. So, oh, but it requires rockets. I see. One rocket launcher is all you ever need. Once I have a rocket launcher and a bunch of rockets, I just carry those around. And you're saying that taking out biter nests is going to be easier? Nowhere near as much work as I'm having to do with the turret leapfrogging. Okay. Excited to not have to send my purple science all the way up here. Big thing I might do is just replicate my base in the new bus base to the south so that I can expand all the way north like this. No one likes trees. Okay. Well, I'll do this. I think we'll say that I'll be okay with making factories off stream because that's a gameplay loop that I've done a bajillion times now, and it doesn't look like it's going to change too much until I get access to completely new tech. But actually using new tech, like I won't go and shoot any biters with the rockets, for example, off stream. I probably won't build. I might do logistics 3. I guess if the tech is the same as something I already have, it's just better. Like this is just better. Automation 3 is just better. Is it generally recommended to replace all your assembler 2s with assembler 3s? Do more underground belts here soonish. Oh, actually, this is what we want. Wait, no, never mind. Blue science merges with black science. Myself get all excited. Yeah, I guess before I sign off, let me just sit for a second and look through the available technologies. It would be useful for me to review them and see like what represents new gameplay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Shit. Don't do that. So what causes that to happen? I've had that happen a couple times. Would that be fixed if it was you're weaving like yellow and red belts? Red belts don't know, they can't distinguish from each other basically. But then you would be dealing with the fact that you're using yellow instead of a red belt, which maybe is fine for science, but I apologize in advance for my lab setup. It was definitely intended to be temporary. This is extremely gross. Especially with the second little line of them down here. Oh, we will fix that later. I'll move this. This was my, like, go ahead and research stuff with loose science. I didn't realize that I placed it somewhere stupid. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Exactly. I did fill these all with production module 2, which sounds like is generally pretty worth it, yeah. Okay, so let me go ahead and start researching the things that would not represent new gameplay. Automation 3 is not new gameplay. Logistics 3 is not. Inserter capacity bonus is not. Braking force we've done before. Coal liquefaction is new. Oh, worker robot cargo size. Let's just do that one first. There we go. Okay. Maybe I should look at all of them before I start picking an order. Okay. Automation, logistics, braking force, capacity. And I'll still go ahead and research the other ones. I just won't use them until next stream. And then I'll probably want to sit down and look at these. So, okay. Nuclear fuel reprocessing. Reprocess spent fuel cells to create uranium-238. I haven't done nuclear at all. I might want to check that out before the playthrough ends. Transmission transmits the effects of upgrade modules. Oh. So does that cut the number of modules that you need, like, insanely? Does it stack with the modules that are already loaded into individual machines? Like, what's the range on a beacon? Is it comparable to like a substation? Can you load it with like 3 green modules and have it hit a bunch of miners? 50% effective, and they're short ranged and very power intensive. Okay, so if they're power intensive, that kind of defeats the purpose of using them for efficiency. Automation, coal liquefaction, turn coal into oil. Oh, that's interesting. Into oil products. That seems unnecessary, though, because oil seems to be pretty easy to come by. Maybe I'm missing something about that one. Module 3, I'm guessing, doesn't matter, but maybe it matters for productivity 3, and we want to put those in labs, probably. Oh, well, it's a prerequisite for rocket silo, so it matters. Oil's infinite, coal isn't. Beacons always draw power, even if they're not working. You could just make plastic out of a single coal patch without having to do a bunch of liquid shenanigans. What the fuck? Spidertron. Versatile vehicle capable of traversing rough terrain. It's equipped with rocket launchers. Okay, that's cool. I also need the blue pack for the rocket silo. Oh, and these are the Infinity upgrades that use the space science. Gotcha. Cover-X enrichment process. Hey, we were talking about this in Discord. Create 235 from 238. Requires a large amount of 235 as a catalyst. Okay. What I really want is worker robot speed. Oof. Should have gone for yellow science. So I will off-stream probably build all these things, make factories out of them. I'll go ahead and make yellow science using my existing bus factory to the south. So I kind of want to review the yellow science stuff because some of these I'll be fine with just researching and using, like worker robot speed. Okay, I've seen that before. Roboport Mark II is just a flat upgrade. Rocket control, I have no idea. Fuck. Well, logistics system is brand new. Sort of. I guess it's an upgrade to the existing chests. These are the things we were talking about where you can have chests that specifically send items to other chests. Because I was crying wanting those earlier. I'll think about this one. We'll see how much I play. If I get to the point where I'm on yellow science and I'm messing with those, maybe I'll do that off stream. Military, who cares? Fusion reactor, flammables, explosives, projectile damage. Mining productivity would be nice. More braking force. Is braking force that big of a deal? Does it effectively allow your like mining transportation to be more efficient? Robot cargo size for sure. Yeah, so specifically the 3 new chests is a game warping massive upgrade. All right, I'll research it, but I will hold back from doing it off stream because I think that would be fun to do live next week. I'll make sure I have it ready though. Destroyer, I haven't done any combat drones. Power Armor Mark II I'll probably grab. Follower robot I haven't used. Uranium ammo. So I know that the whole process of nuclear energy is really complicated, but is the process of just getting basic uranium products for making uranium ammo complicated? I suppose maybe I won't care if I've got rockets and I use rockets instead of ammo. It won't matter anymore. That's probably what's going to happen. I'll likely automate yellow science, and all of this will just be done by next week, depending on how much I end up playing the game off stream. Medium complexity, okay, but it won't be necessary because rockets. Yeah, so like one thing, I'll make rockets. I just won't fire them. Rocket silo, artillery, space science, Spidertron, atomic bomb. Is that just in the game just cause like? Is it actually? Does it do anything? It seems like the biters aren't powerful enough to need that. Shell ring. Oh, these are the infinite space packs things. Okay. You still have turrets to defend you when you shoot rockets, so if they have uranium ammo, they'll do more damage. Right. Okay. Let me try moving this down. It doesn't even need to be so close to the labs. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. No, you stupid robots. I guess how are they supposed to know? They're just babies. Where are y'all putting this red science? You better not be taking it like all the fucking way down to the other base because there happens to be an empty chest there or something. Putting it here? Okay, I can deal with that even though it's stupid. Oh fuck. Fucking auto trash. It's like I want it on almost all of the time. You know? Until I don't. Yeah, so this is where I feel like if I got that other logistics chest upgrade, I could like make chests that tell things to go to a specific other chest, right? What is this doing to my power usage right now? Okay, that's what I thought. Man, I did this stupidly. Holy shit. It's kind of funny, actually. Quest Red Science, feed it right back onto the science belt. That sounds amazing. That's what I've always wanted. It's the final step in like robot automation, basically. Once you get all the cargo size and comparable upgrades, let me just kill this, and then I'll force them to go to one of those other chests, right? You guys got so confused. At least now you're not being as stupid. Exciting to have tech researching again. It's been a while. The whole lab with no belts at all. Is it... I assume that belts are always correct still. Like, do you ever transition to a stage where it's just all bots? I guess belts are nice because they don't consume power, right? But robots have such a huge range and they can move things around easily. So you could have like, you could just have a row of assemblers that has a chest that requests, I don't know, like say green circuits. The robots are just constantly moving green circuits into that chest, and then you can have an inserter that pulls the circuits out of the chest onto a belt along the line of the assemblers, and then they pull it into the assembler. And then you've got some other assembler somewhere else that's producing the green circuits into a I think it's like a provider chest. Request your chest, request multiple material ones. Do they bring it directly to the assembler, or do they bring it to a chest near an assembler that still has to go via belt? I guess it would have to be near the assembler and then via belt, right? Makes sense. I'm definitely not going to saturate labs anytime soon. Way more. But I think I have the proportions right. Thank you for sharing that calculator link. That would have saved me 40 minutes calculating ratios. It was fun to put it together in a spreadsheet, but it looks like that site does exactly what I was doing. I was almost right. I was just off on I must have made a math error on the productivity modules. Dude, I'm still paying for those fucking red science packs. Jesus. Hey, that looks nice. Are these almost out yet? No, still not. Thanks, Leon. Oh, those are the ones that I just fixed the belt for. That's right. Good call. How do you get oh, never mind. I was gonna say, how the hell do you fit space science into the labs, but you merge your purple science belt with your yellow science belt, and then you have a belt that's space science, right? And that's it. Gotcha. Twitch had two redundant categories. One of them was blind playthrough, one of them was first playthrough. People were asking them to remove one of them for months and months. We have a tweet from a former community manager that claimed that blind playthrough was removed for accessibility reasons, but that's the only source that any article has ever placed on that. I had a bit of a crisis of faith around it at the time because all of my channel branding is around blind playthroughs, and we really tried to search and see if there were any actual blind communities that were harmed by the use of that term, since it's usually used in the positive when it comes to games, right? So it's questionable whether Twitch even removed it for that reason. It seemed like they removed it just because there were two redundant categories, and that somebody on Twitter drew a conclusion from it that spiraled out of control since then. And just out of an abundance of caution, I'm making a annual donation to the American Council of the Blind to kind of offset any damage that might be occurring. But like I said, as far as we can tell, that was a lot of panic over very little. At least nothing sourced from a first party blind source, as we can tell. A deeply weird day. Yeah. And they didn't, that's part of it, is that it went from somebody on Twitter said that they're glad that the ableist term blind playthrough has been removed from Twitch. That went from somebody on Twitter said that to Twitch banned the word blind, or even that they banned the tag, but that's never how it worked. Like, they've had a preset list of tags you can select from. You could never enter your own tags, and they just removed one of the redundant ones. So long story short, no, you can still say blind. A lot of people understand what that means. Hopefully one day the gaming community will arrive on a different word that's as short as blind and as well understood. But in the meantime, I'll continue to use it. Yeah, so I think that's about everything for today. So I'm going to do another off-stream recording. I think that the one I did last week, when I did it at a 16x fast forward, was pretty parsable. It went on YouTube this morning. I had a 64x fast forward version of it that I loaded yesterday in unlisted status, and that's just too fast for Factorio. You can't tell what's going on, but 16x is pretty readable. It was able to get a 24-hour video down to like a 2.5-hour video. So I'll probably play for a comparable amount of time between today and next week's Factorio stream. My plan is to go through and just research everything. I'll just have research running the whole time. I'll try to make yellow science so that I can get those texts unlocked too. I'll use any of the passive upgrades or things that don't represent new gameplay, like Automation 3, but I want to save things like actually using rocket launchers and trying out laser turrets and maybe messing around with nuclear production, the Spidertron, whatever the heck that thing is, building the rocket silo, the new logistics chest, as much as it's going to pain me to wait. It sounds like that's a pretty brand new gameplay loop that I'll want to learn about on stream. Anything else, though, that's just a passive upgrade to something I could already do, I'll continue to do off stream. Yeah, I was previously planning on extending my line here. I ended up destroying the machines afterward. I'll just clear them here. But that's the plan. Look forward to another fast-forwarded off-stream episode where I do a bunch of optimizations, probably end up at some point deleting this factory and just extending this new bus factory down here as far north as I can and just keep doing that. I mean, eventually I'm going to start running into landscaping issues and biter issues, but this format is so much cleaner and makes me so much happier. I would rather use it across the board.